Good morning, everyone. We're about 5 minutes away from closing ceremonies. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the closing ceremonies of the 2025 Canadian Charolais Youth Association Conference and Show. We will now have our parade of flags, starting off with our Canadian flag, followed in by Alberta, Ontario, Manitoba, and rounding off with Saskatchewan. At this time, if I could ask everyone to stand and remove cover for the playing of our national anthem, please. Thank you. Great job. So now we will just exit. We will be doing a group photo with all the kids with their show shirts on, and we will be starting the confirmation show in approximately half an hour. Okay, sorry, we're going to come back. We're going to do it in the ring. All right, you may go back and get ready for the show.
Down Thompson Ridge in old blue jeans, a triple backflip off a rusted tire swing, broken arm and trophy scars. Oh, that's one hell of a way to win a heart. It might kill him before we're done. At least it keeps us young. Young like summer young. He was smoking those cigarettes down by the dock and racing my dad's Corvette against the clock. A 1950 classic red, that slow Patron buzz in our head. It might kill me for done. At least it keeps us young. Young like summer nights, dancing round in circles
went out walking, he hitched for a ride. He came across a pretty girl who took him inside. And Johnny asked the pretty girl if he could take her hand. She became his wife and they bought a piece of land. Well, they raised up a family and they raised up the wood. They built their first cottage and it held like it should. Well, Johnny told the pretty girl, darling, I love you so. She looked back at Johnny and said, Johnny boy, I know, I know. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun. Till it's done, you're the one. One day with a shotgun by his side, his family they did trust him to keep them all alive. He stumbled upon a black bear who knocked down his gun. Johnny couldn't reach it, so he fixed up to run. The bear caught up to Johnny and knocked him to the ground. Johnny thought it was a little girl, Lord, he beat that bear down. The moral of the story, if there's a woman by your side, there's nothing that a man won't do just to stay alive, stay alive. All shine a light, little darling. All want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun. And we all shine a light, little darling. We all want someone. We're all afraid of tomorrow, just a little. We all dance circles around the sun. Till it's done, you're the one.
you don't give? Did you ever really think, did you ever really feel that this was something we'd both show? Was it something we could know? Tell me, little darling, what you don't find. Did you ever really think, did you ever really try to give me all of you to know? Or did you just let go? What do you want from me? Honey, I can't even breathe. Tell me if I found what you can't see, would you come back to me? Tell me now, baby, would you come my way if I was a better man? If I could change, I would. But I find I'm at a loss for words, and even when they come, it hurts. What do you want from me? Honey, I can't even breathe. Tell me if I found what you can't see, would you come back to me?
We will be starting in 10 minutes. 10 minutes till showtime.
Baby, is this real? Or do I want what you don't feel? If you think that you don't know, and try to let me go, go. Tell me, baby, is this real? Or do I want what you don't feel? If you think that you don't know, and try to let me go, go. Try to let me go.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2025 CCYA Confirmation Show. We're about to get rolling here now, but before we do, I would like to introduce you to our judge for today, Mr. Casey Bishop. Casey, together with his wife Sheila, son Bo, daughter Madeline, and Cassidy, own Bishop Farms near Killam, Alberta, where they raise purebred and percentage shorthorn cattle for themselves and their clients. Bishop Farms market bulls, females, and frozen genetics through select consignment sales and privately off the farm, and welcome anyone to tour their herd. Casey has exhibited and presented cattle at major livestock shows throughout Western Canada and the U.S. for himself and others in the industry, as well as judged various 4-H shows, junior and national level shows, and it is an honor and a privilege to have Casey here to judge our show today. We're starting off with our first class of purebred heifer calves born in 2025. Adrian Denchenkopf, Casey Trask, Levi Fletcher, Peyton Caldwell, and Haley Walgenbach. It takes an army and a lot of effort and a lot of people to put a show like this on, but it cannot be done without the sponsorship that we have received. So we will be highlighting our sponsors throughout the day, but please take time to see the banners that are hanging at ringside that all of the sponsors that have come together and gave generously to put this show on. So we can start to highlight a few of our diamond sponsors: the Canadian Charolais Association, Davis Reardon, Charolais Banner, Springside Cattle, Danes O'Neill, Elder Charolais, Friends of the Canadian Charolais Foundation, we'll now have comments from our judge.
Good morning, everybody. It's a beautiful day here in Stettler. I know maybe everybody doesn't consider a rainy day beautiful, but any time in the middle of July here in Alberta, I certainly will take it. And it's a great day to be here and cool and nice for these cattle to be here. So we started off our show here today with the heifer calf class, and I guess the heifer calf that comes to the top of this class for me, the young lady has out here profiling in front of you. Heifer calf, that's the oldest one in the class, and I guess she's just the most fault-free for me in terms of her design, in terms of her structure. She's definitely packing the most condition of the heifer calves in the class, but she does it in such a way that she still looks soft, still has ample shape, and still just brings together probably the most complete package, I guess, for me. The second heifer in the class, a heifer that I really appreciate for her feminine qualities, her structure. She's nice and wide based out in through that hind 1/3. She's got a lot of natural shape in through her lower quarter and really carries herself well. She's nice and extended up and through that front 1/3 and really love the head on her. She's maybe just getting out jammed just a little bit and out aged by the heifer above her here in class today, but that's a really, really strong heifer in second place. Heifer in third probably follows with our heifer in second place really well in terms of her design, in terms of her style. And when she came in the ring, she really catches your eye. She's really nice and clean and extended and beautiful through her lines. And the young man's done a great job of presenting her here today. Really attractive heifer. She just maybe tends to want to get a little bit outside of herself on her front end as she moves around the ring, but a really nice heifer there in third. The heifer in fourth, a heifer with a lot of frame and a lot of capacity in her. You really appreciate actually how much rib shape she has when you get her on that 3/4 view. Heifer that's maybe just for me a little bit tied up in terms of her flank and in her heart girth, but a heifer that's really extended, and you can tell she's got some capacity and she's going to have some grow to her. And the youngest heifer in the class rounds out this class. heifer that you really appreciate once again for how extended and feminine and complete made she is all throughout. She's just getting a little bit out-horsed in a really competitive class that we have here for heifer calves.
Thank you, Casey. So leading off this class, and also your heifer calf champion, entry number 104, Legacy's Princess Newt 24N from Haley Walgenbaugh. Second in class, entry 102, Fletcher Sally, 8N from Levi Fletcher. Third in class, entry 148, Miss Prairie Cove, 542N from Casey Trask. Fourth in class, PCCX Northern Princess 50N from Peyton Caldwell. And rounding off the class, WON RJY Avita 35N from Adriana Denchenkov. We will now move into our first split of junior yearlings. So our first and only split of junior yearlings. Leading off, we have Sage Schneider, Riley Brewer, Haley Debenham, Reese Morrison, Aubrey Fraser, Adrian Denchenkopf, and rounding out the class, Harper Wilgenbush. I do want to remind everybody about the picture backdrop just outside of the show ring. Robbie Comic from the Charolais banner is there to capture memories and photos. And please take advantage of that. We'd like to have a picture of everybody, and especially the division winners and all the champions. Please remember to have your picture taken. A few of our platinum sponsors: Alberta Beef, the Alberta Charolais Association, DLMS, Pittman Print Media, Powerhouse Embryonics, and last but not least in this category, someone who has given a lot over the years and has really contributed to this organization is Effie Lacusta. So thank you for your sponsorship. Comments from our judge.
Thank you. It took a little bit of time on this class, but I think it deserved it with the huge amount of quality that we have here in the junior yearlings. Right from top to bottom, this is an extremely competitive class, and if you are in that bottom half of the class, don't feel bad about yourself, because there is a ton of quality out here in these females. I guess I led off the class with a young man here with a heifer that just puts it all together for me. She's so sound, and she's so fresh and extended out and through her front end and nice in through that shoulder. Then you get in on the 3/4 and behind her, and she's got so much natural spring of rib. You love the way that her ribs come up and connect into her spine, and she's just nice and tidy in her lines and moves around the ring for us the best of anybody out here today. So for me, that heifer comes to the top of this class, and the heifer behind her is definitely no slouch in second here. She's a beautiful heifer, very elegant on the profile. For me, she's definitely packing enough condition, and maybe that's why she tends to get a little bit uncomfortable when she moves around out here today. But a heifer that's so long in her hip, so deep through that rib, really sets that front end in nice, and it extended up and through that head and pole, and really attractive. But two really nice heifers to start off our this class here. The heifer in third is the youngest heifer in the class, but she's no slouch. She's really nice in through that middle 1/3. She's really explosive. She's angular and made right at the ground, good on her feet. Maybe getting a little bit lazy out here for the young lady here today, just doesn't want to quite show herself off when she's on the move, but really nice, kind of complete, attractive made heifer that I really like there in third. And the heifer that follows her is very similar in that aspect. A heifer that has a lot of extra rib in her and a lot of substance when you get out behind her. She maybe just wants to roll a little bit on her hind wheels today when she's moving around. Heifer that maybe for me, I'd just like to pull her apart a little bit more and extend her out a little bit more in that front, but a really powerful, really dynamic individual there in fourth. The heifer in third probably pairs with her, or heifer in fifth probably pairs with her, the nicest of the class. She's really super attractive on the profile. When that young lady gets her set up, she sure is nice looking out there and extended and holds her head up really good. Trouble with me for her is just a little bit when she moves. She just doesn't want to quite be as free in the hocks and get a little bit outside of herself as she works around the ring, but really nice heifer in the bottom end of this class that's really got a lot of quality. And the two females that round up the class too, once again, no slouch. The heifer here in six, she's got a lot of frame to her, a lot of capacity, a lot of middle, and we really appreciate that about her. I guess for me, compared to the heifers in the rest of the class, I'd just like to see a little bit more natural muscle shape for a heifer that's got that much stature as you get in behind her, and maybe just like to tidy her up a little bit in that heart girth, make her transition up into her shoulder a little bit nicer, but a female there with a lot of substance and a lot of power. The female that rounds up the class, once again, really attractive in her lines. You really appreciate the structure under this heifer. A little bit, we'd maybe like to change up the design of her foot and just give her a little bit more natural rib shape and in through that middle 1/3. But this has been an extremely competitive class and a really high quality class of junior yearling females here.
Thank you, Casey. Leading off that class, entry 106, KR Annabelle 483M from Riley Brewer. Second in class, entry 110, CML Pearl 442M from Aubrey Fraser. Third in class, RLEA Miss Stealth 38M from Sage Schneider. Fourth, entry 146, Harper Wilgenbush with JWX Pearl 4274M. Fifth in class, entry 155, Miss Prairie Cove 4030M from Adrienne Denchenkopf. Sixth in class, entry 108, Bex Delta Lily 49M from Haley Debenham. And rounding off the class, entry 109, AWR Miss Patriot Gemma 4114 from Reese Morrison. They are automatically your junior yearling champion and your reserve junior yearling. We will now This is there will be 2 splits in our intermediate yearling.
Traveling around the world, my feet will tell me where to go. I'm not afraid to step outside and see the world for what it is. No, spending all my time with people that I barely know. You may have thought that I was lost, and all I need is room to grow. I'm coming home to put a flower in Sometimes I feel alone, you know it's me and my guitar. Looking up at darling stars, singing where we supposed to go now. Ruthie, little lady, tell me what you mean to me. And I'll build a house in Byron Bay, if that's exactly where you'll be. I'm coming home, put a flower in your hair. But you should know, there ain't no place I'd rather be instead. No.
So you wanna live in a world with no more dying. You're counting up the cards, what are you trying to gain? I was on the outside avenue, I was looking at you, dear, waiting as the minutes turned to hours, turned to days, and it's a shame. Ain't it a shame now? It's a shame. Ain't it a shame? Now I want to sign up for every kind of rebirth. Atomize my essence down to black earth and rain. Blow away into the night 1,000 tiny points of light. Ain't it hard to watch another evening slip away? It's a shame. Ain't it a shame now? It's a shame. Ain't it a shame? And did you know that you were playing with the sharp edge of a knife? It seems like everyone is praying for eternal life. Far away in the burning hills of Zion, betting on an afterlife to try on today. Fear guides the hand of a broken down young man, and we all need a piece of land to die on, they say, but it's a shame. Ain't it a shame now? It's a shame. Ain't it a shame? So you wanna live in a world with no more dying? Maybe I've been trying, only trying just to say. Did you know that you were playing with the sharp edge of a
Comments from our judge.
Oh, once again, get a round of applause for this intermediate division of heifers. Really a strong class of high-quality animals, right from one end to the other. Lead off the heifer with this lead off the class with this young man. A heifer that, for me, just once again, just kind of puts it all together in a fault-free package. You love the length of the spine in this heifer. You love how explosive she is and through her middle and the rib shape that she carries, and then how attractive she is when you get her up into her front end, and how sound she is moving around the ground. I think she's perfect for me in terms of condition for her age and for where she's at today. But really just the heifer that puts it all together for me with the least amount of faults, and the heifer that runs in second place here, very similar heifer that you really appreciate for how long and how sound she is on the ground. She's got a big old powerful foot underneath her and a lot of bone, and a female that still is soft and soft-sided enough and deep-ribbed enough and extended enough for me here today. And once again, a heifer that we just can't put many holes in when you get her out on that profile and get moving around her. Two really nice heifers to lead off the class here. The heifer in third is a little bit troublesome. You see her on the profile and get her in a 3/4, and you really appreciate this heifer for just how fancy she is. She's really nice in through her top line. The young lady's done a great job of presenting her. She's really good when you get her on the ground, in her feet and in her legs. Heifer that maybe just doesn't quite have that natural softness, that big rib, that capacity of the females above her here today, but a really nice, attractive heifer in third place. Heifer in fourth place, I really like how fresh this heifer is, how extended she is, how feminine she is. She's maybe a little bit lighter in her bone pattern, but a female that's really hard to fault in any way. She's put together extremely nice and very attractive, and she's maybe just getting a little bit outpowered by the females here above her today, but that's the only fault that I can find in her. She's just getting out-horsed a little bit. That's a really nice, attractive heifer there in fourth. The female in fifth, young lady doing a great job with this female, as she didn't want to quite show as well as she probably wanted here today, and a heifer that you really have to appreciate for how much raw power is in her. She's shapy and really deep in that rib, and for me, I guess a heifer that maybe is pushing it in terms of body condition for me here today, and that maybe tends to be why when we get to the ground on her, she wants to get a little bit splayed out. But a heifer that's got a lot of potential and a lot of raw power and punch in her. And the female that rounds out the class, very similar once again, a heifer that you really appreciate the shape that she has through that hind quarter, the middle and the balance and how well she is on the ground. Female that for me maybe her tail head likes to sit up there a little bit higher. She maybe likes to get a little bit coarser in her front end as she moves around the ring, but this is a class of heifers right from top to bottom that's got a lot of quality in it, and congratulations, you guys. Great division.
Thank you, Casey. Leading off that class, entry 114, SOS Prada 126M. Second in class, AWR Miss Mayfield Patsy 4105 from Hannah Schwengler. Third in class, entry 116, W2 Miss Chanel 446M from Morgan Debenham. Fourth in class, 113, Birchie MCC Rumplements 4501 from Claire Cadot. Fifth in class, entry 115, SOS Magnolia 124M from Haiti Whitecomb. And rounding off the class, entry 112, SOS Maryland Polled 134M from Nia Fisher. We'll now move into our second split of the intermediate yearling heifers. Leading off this class is Blair Blanchette, followed by Shelby Scott, Paisley Barron, Ivy Fletcher, Michael Richards. Entry 117 is moved to another class. We'd like to spotlight some more of our great sponsors on the gold level. ARRA Real Estate and Auctioneers Incorporated, Borson Marketing Service, Brandt Tractor, Cowgirl Creative, DBK Genetics, High Hog Farm and Ranch Equipment, Daniel J. Schneider, T-Bar C Cattle Company, and Transcon Livestock Corp.
I walked up to a mountain, followed a bird up there, 'cause I found me a woman who treated me unfair. And I woke to the sunrise, remembered an awful dream of lightning and thunder, and hearing someone scream. Trouble finds you and worry, it sticks around until you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. And I see wind it was blowing, I had to find me a hole for to climb in and live forevermore. And I heard voices come.
So once again, we have an outstanding show here this year. We have 96 participants and 73 head of cattle from 4 provinces, and I'm going to say 6 countries represented here this year. So Casey just asked me if that was accurate. 6 countries, including Canada, United States, Australia, Sweden, Estonia, the United States,
My delirious state, saying something out in Spanish. That's when I went insane. Trouble finds you and worry, it sticks around until you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. I came back down from that mountain. I had to get me a job working behind the counter, selling gas and soda pop. One afternoon I was bothered because those thoughts never end. Now they just sent me back up onto that mountain again. Trouble finds you and worry, it sticks around till you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head. Trouble binds you and worry, it sticks around until you're dead. Once you found a little darling, and she takes over your head.
I'll wait to see your golden smile, feel of 1,000 kisses.
Comments from our judge.
Thank you once again. In the second split of this division, a really high quality class. Led off the class with a female here that once again I think just puts it all together for us. She's so good in terms of on the ground and how she moves and her foot structure and shape, and you love how attractive she is when you get her out on a side profile. She's very extended, and when she moves she likes to really roll up in that scapula and really natural and reaches really well. And I guess just a heifer that comes to the top of this class for me here quite handily today, and the female that follows her does so in type and kind, and I love the head and the front end on this heifer. She's got so much character in her skull and beautifully feminine throughout her front end. She's probably the longest bodied heifer in the class, definitely got an extra rib in her and a little bit more scale. If I were to change this heifer up a little bit, it'd just be on her hind foot. just change the shape of shape of her toe and maybe just add a little bit of heel depth. But a really nice pair of heifers up there in the front end of this class. The heifer in third maybe didn't want to show quite as good for the young man here today, but she sure is an attractive heifer when he gets her set up like he does have there. She's got a lot of base width in her and really sound when we get to the ground on her. Heifer that maybe just isn't quite have that natural capacity and softness and rib shape through the middle, but really nice heifer there in third place. Heifer in fourth, probably the heifer with the most scale in the class, and I'd just like to see her have a touch more natural shape for the frame that she does have. Heifer that you really appreciate for how wide she is in through her pelvis. You get analyzing her over top. She's really complete in through her top end and ties up into her shoulder really well. Heifer that maybe just for her scale we'd like to see a little bit more natural jam to her. And the female that rounds out the class, once again, you really appreciate this female for that mid rib that she has, how complete she is, how she ties it up into her spine. Heifer that for me maybe just needs a little bit more base width to compete with the females up above her today, but a really nice second split in that division, really nice group of females.
Thank you, Casey. Leading off that class, entry 118, SVYTR Miss Elty, 431M from Briar Blanchette. Second in class, entry 120, Hidden Lake Marble, 9M from Paisley Barron. Third in class, Circle C Have Faith, 412M from Michael Richards. Fourth in class, Bob's Milky White, 35M from Ivy Fletcher. Rounding off the class, entry 119, CML Dusty, 428M, Shelby Scott. So returning for the intermediate yearling champion from the first split, entry 114, SOS Product, 126M from Logan Saunders, and AWR Miss Mayfield Patsy, 4105 from Hannah Schwengler. And from the second split, entry 118, SVYTR Miss Elsie, 431M from Briar Blanchette, and 120 Hidden Lake Mabel, 19M from Paisley Barron.
Oh, please stay a while. I'll reach up to hold your sunlit face. Feels like a handful of silk now. I'm in your warm embrace. Oh, I hope this feeling lasts till the oceans turn to glass and the world around us turns and fades to black. Together we'll hold back the sun in this moment forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll hold.
Comments from our judge.
Thank you. I think we talked to these heifers enough in class, and we really wanted to give these exhibitors time in their each individual classes to make sure that they're showing us the best sides of these females that they can. But I'm pretty confident in this division in my decision. But 4 heifers coming out of two different classes in the same division that are just really nice, attractive made females, and I'm just really happy with this division drive here. And with that, I'll go out and select my champion and my reserve grand champion intermediate heifer.
There it is. Entry 114, SOS Prada, 126M from Logan Saunders. And your reserve from the second split, entry 118 SVY TR Miss Elsie 431M from Briar Blanchette. We will now move into the first of 5 splits for our senior yearlings.
Stand still. It's hard when they're like backfields in motion. Everything's never really.
Leading off this class, Owen Walgenbach, followed by Abigail Tillman, Stephanie Welgermuth, Ella Selman, and Charles Wilgemuth.
This feeling moves me every single day. I'm captured by your charm, enchanted by your ways. In the magic of your eyes, I become lost in their spell. So come closer, my dear, because all is well. Oh, I hope this feeling lasts till the oceans turn to glass and the world around us turns and fades to black. Together we'll hold back the sun in this moment, forever young. Against the stream of time we'll run, baby. We'll hold back the sun. When the sun goes down and the world spins round, when I lay right next to you, I can't close my eyes even though I try. These perfect moments are few. I fall asleep to
A few more of our silver level sponsors: Alberta Beef Producers, Beef Smart Consulting Inc., Bow Valley Genetics, Bovagen Genetic Services, Canalta, EVU Canada, Merrick Animal Health, MNP, FCC, the Ramada, 4S Branding Company, TD Canada Trust, and Wright Livestock Marketing Service. Comments from our judge.
Thank you once again as these heifers get pulled in. Once again, a really nice start to the senior division of our yearling females here. This is a really good class. We led off this class with a heifer that the young man has here in first. A heifer that once again is just super complete for me. She's so attractive from that side profile. Love her teat placement, love her foot size, how she's made. She maybe isn't quite as free on the move as I'd like to see today, maybe pushing the limits a little bit in terms of body condition for me, but she's so level and structured so well throughout her hip and her hind leg and still ties up into a nice feminine front end. Heifer that comes to the top of this class for me quite easily today, but heifer that really pairs with her nicely in terms of structure. Heifer that's definitely a little bit fresher, but she's just so nice and so bold throughout that rib. She's so good when you get her to the ground and in her feet, in her foot structure, and she's still elegant enough up and through that front end. She's maybe just getting a little bit out lengthened in terms of her spine and in terms of her hip by the heifer above her here today, but two really nice heifers at the top of that class. The heifer that comes in third, once again, really appreciate her on that side profile. She's got a beautiful, elegant look to her. Heifer that for me, maybe we just change up the structure of her hind foot a little bit, maybe give her a little bit more base width and a little bit more oomph to compete with the heifers above her here today, but really nice, a female there in third. Heifer that comes to us in fourth in class, once again, a heifer that you appreciate for how fresh she is, how stretched out she is in through her rib cage, how complete she is and nice as she is up and through that front end. Female that once again, when you get to the ground on her, I'd maybe just like to change up the design of her foot a little bit, but a really nice lengthy, really nice attractive female there in fourth. And then the heifer that rounds out the class, man, she sure hits you when she comes in the ring and the young lady gets her set up, just with how complete and attractive and fluid she is throughout her body, and she's got enough rib shape, and she's definitely long as a train throughout that middle section and out and through her hip structure. Heifer that maybe just doesn't quite have the power of the heifers above here today, not quite the rib cage and the dimension for the age, but really nice heifer to round out that competitive class of females.
Thanks, Casey. Leading off that split, entry 123, Legacy's Milkshake 85M from Owen Walgenbaugh. Second, 126, Legacy's Mustang Sally 75M from Ella Selman. Third in class, entry 124, Near Miss Molly 2M from Abigail Tillman. Fourth in class, entry 127, Russ Miss Memphis 41M from Charles Wilgemuth. And rounding out the class, entry 125, WCW Miss Molly 3M from Stephanie Wilgemuth. Our second split of the senior yearlings. Leading off, entry 128, Cooper Saunders. Entry 129, Dana Bouchard. Entry 130, Brooke Raymond. Entry 131, Maddie Saunders. Entry 132, Tate Williams. And rounding off the class, entry 133, Liam Richards. A few more of our sponsors at the bronze package: ATB Financial, Central Alberta Co-op, Country Junction Feeds, EXL Charolais, Schneider's Kettle Corn, Progressive Publishing, RBC, Select Sires, The Albertan, and Trow Nutrition. The planning for any CCY event doesn't just happen in 6 months or 8 months. This has been in the works for just a little over 2 years. So we would also like to really thank our host committee with the Alberta Youth Association President Braden Scott, Vice President Scarlett Fowler, Secretary Indy Fowler, our Treasurer Dana Bouchard, and social media Sarah Scott, along with our committee chairs who have spent literally hundreds of hours in planning this event. So we really want to thank Karen Bouchard, Justine Bullock, Diana Walgenbaugh, and Kathy Scott. We could give them a big round of applause for all the work they do, please. I would also like to introduce, they're around somewhere, busy with everything, is the CCA National Board. We have a few board members here. We have our president, Mr. Ryan Nesbitt, first vice, Josh Taylor, Darwin Rosso, Travis Foote, and Rod McLeod. And just another reminder that at the picture backdrop, Mr. Robbie Comic is back there taking pictures and encourages everybody to have their animal pictured today. And we've also had, over the last few days, Miss Tia Schramm here from 7D Media, also been in the ring capturing a lot of these moments, and all of her pictures will be able to be a free download off of her website, which is 7dmedia.com. Comments from our judge.
Thank you once again. Quite the class in the senior division of bred heifers. There's a lot of quality here, and especially in these top three. I really kind of went back and forth a little bit in my mind when I was sorting these heifers, but decided to lead this class off with a young lady here with a heifer with a bunch of hair on her. She's done a great job of keeping that hair on her all summer, and a heifer that, for me, just has a little bit more natural shape through her rib, a little bit stouter when you get in behind her than the heifer in second place here. She's definitely elegant enough and sound enough when we get to the ground on her, and when we get up into her front 1/3, she's got a beautiful skull and extended enough in through that front end. But the heifer that follows her in second, that's a beautiful female. I don't discount her at all. She's got so much rib in her. I love her teat placement, how beautiful that is. She's good when we get to the ground and move around. She moves around very, very elegantly and flows around the ring quite nicely. Heifer that's built right in every way for me. She's maybe just not quite as stout, not quite as round as the heifer above her. When we get in behind her, she tends to be a little bit flatter in through her hip, maybe a little bit flatter in through her rib cage, but really beautiful heifer there in second, and a really good pair up top in this class. The third place heifer, once again, probably profiles up there with those other heifers quite well. She's made extremely nice through a middle 1/3. She's deep. She's sound at the floor. She maybe doesn't want to show the best for the young man today, but I guess for me here today, we just like to pull her apart a little bit more as she moves around the ring. Like to lengthen her out in terms of her front end and in terms of her hip a little bit to be competitive with the heifers above her. But really nice top 3 heifers there. Heifer that comes in fourth, young man, doing a great job with this female, and you really appreciate how long she is and how deep she is in through her side and in through her rib. Heifer that's maybe just a little bit, tends to roll a little bit on her hip as she moves around the ring. Heifer that maybe we just like to level her out in terms of her hooks to her pins just slightly and just give her a little bit more overall power to compete with the heifers above her, but in a really strong class. The heifer that's fifth here in class, once again, young man and young lady showing this heifer out here. She's extremely elegant. You love her on the profile. She's very long and very level out and through her hip. And when she sits up there with her head poked up, she just looks extremely nice. Heifer that, when we get to the ground, I'd just like to change up the structure of her foot a little bit. But a heifer that really gets stuck in a competitive class, but a really nice female there. And the female that rounds out our class, once again, heifer with a lot of length, a lot of doability, a lot of bone mass underneath this female. And I guess for me, I'd just like to balance her out a little bit more that way in terms of her bone to the body. But a heifer with a lot of length of spine, and really appreciate it and getting put in a really tough class of senior females there.
Thank you, Casey. Leading off the second split of the senior yearlings, entry 131 SOS Jewel 69M from Maddie Saunders. Second in class, entry 132 SOS Mockingbird 54M from Tate Williams. Third in class, entry 128 SOS Mini 72M from Cooper Saunders. Fourth in class, entry 133 Circle C Lush 401M. Fifth in class, Wood River Princess 91M from Brooke Raymond. And rounding off the class, entry 129 Elders Pretty Lady 475M from Dana Bouchard. Now moving into our third split of senior yearlings. Entry 134 PCCX Meadow 404M from Lance Caldwell. Entry 135 FTCC Ashikokitano from Cooper Smythe. Entry 136, Nina Moka. 135M from Lars Rasmussen. Entry 137, Southland Reba 49M from Cheyenne Cavan. 138, Longview Promise 5M from Grace Woitis. And entry 150, ONL Miss Sippin' on Fire 62M from Reed Foot. So we have been getting a few questions about whether we're taking breaks in between the purebreds commercials or the commercials and the steers. We will be taking a picture break, but that will be about the extent of our break, just long enough for pictures. Something that we really do like to recognize through the CCYA is our second generation awards. So over the years, we've had a lot of second generation, and we're starting to move into a few of the third generation. But at this point, we want to recognize our first of the day, and it will be for Anna Marie Taylor, and the award going to Bennett Taylor for being second generation. Let's put our hands together and give them a big round of applause.
You're gonna be a fiddler someday, but you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away. We laughed and joked and skipped along the way, wondered if we'd ever be nostalgic for these days when we are old and gray. Sat with a sad old man in a dark cafe. I asked him what he's living for. He said not much these days. You are young, your best.
I would like to mention our diamond sponsors one more time. Canadian Charolais Association, Davis Reardon, Danes O'Neill Livestock, Charolais Banner, Friends of the Canadian Charolais Foundation, Springside Cattle, and Elder Charolais.
On your way. If you wanna be a fiddler someday, you better get.
And then we also have our diamond sponsors through our semen and embryo online auction that was held over the winter, and that's Legacy Charolais and PCC Prairie Cove Charolais.
Practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away.
into the night. Got there just before the shining early morning light. When it was such a sight. Is you're gonna be a fiddler someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray. And your best years slip away.
Also, our gold sponsors from the Semen and Embryo online auction: Bow Valley Genetics, Highway 21, Circle C, Johnson Charolais, Poplar Bluff Stock Farm, and Saddle Ridge Charolais.
You're dreaming you will be a fiddler, an astronaut, a man that's on TV. But do it, yeah, don't just wait and see. Cause you're gonna be a fiddler someday. But you better get to practicing before you're old and gray. And your best years slip away. Someday, but you better get to practicing before you're old and gray, and your best years slip away.
Comments from our judge.
Once again, what a class of senior females that we have out here in front of us, right from one end to the other. But I picked this young man here to start off, a heifer that's really, as I've said before, I guess she's got the least amount of faults for me here today. She's ample in her rib shape, she's ample in her bones, she's got a beautiful foot underneath her, like her teat placement, the way how she's structured and level out and through her hip and nice and up in through her front end. Young man does a great job of keeping her calm and quiet and really showing her off out here. Heifer that comes to the top of this class for me here today quite handily. And the heifer in second, she's maybe a little bit out in terms of this class, in terms of scale, but a heifer that is extremely attractive. You love the way that this heifer moves around the ring. She's got adequate rib cage. She's really nice and fresh, and I like that. Beautiful teat placement and shape and a good foot underneath her. I really like this heifer here in second place. The heifer in third, once again, on the profile, I love this heifer. I love how she looks when she's out there. Struggle a little bit with her when she moves around the ring. She tends to pop a little bit on her hock and get a little bit tight. But a heifer that when you get her on that profile, she's extremely nice, big-bellied, powerful when you get in behind her. Really nice heifer there in third. And the heifer in fourth is going to follow her in the same type of way, a heifer that's extremely attractive up and through that front end. Young lady did an exceptional job of getting this heifer ready here today. I'd just like to fill in the pieces in between her here a little bit. I'd like to fill in a little bit of heart girth in her, a little bit of flank just to complete her up a little bit, but a heifer that's got a really nice look to her. Really powerful female there. And the red heifer here that we have in fifth, a heifer that I really like in terms of how just balanced and complete she is. She's definitely got the most scale of any of the heifers in the class here today. Heifer that I really like, but she just doesn't have that wow factor of anything above her. Heifer that when we get to the ground, really like her structure, really like her foot quality, but a heifer that could maybe just have a little bit more look to her, maybe bring her down a little bit in terms of frame size, add a little bit of volume, and she'd be right up here in the top of this class. Female that completes the class, once again, really like her on the side profile. She's deep enough in her rib shape. Young man's done a great job of getting her ready. She's elegant in that front end. I maybe just like to give her a little bit more base width when we get in behind her, change up the shape of her foot a little bit, but a heifer that completes a really nice class of senior yearling females. Yeah, you're welcome. Nice job.
Thank you, Casey. Leading off this class, entry 150, ONL Miss Sippin' on Fire, 62M from Reed Foot. Second in class, entry 135, FTCC Ashikokatano, 7M from Cooper Smythe. Third in class, 138, Longview Promise, 5M from Grace Whitus. Fourth in class, entry 137, Southland Reba, 49M from Cheyenne Cavan. Fifth in class, entry 136, Nina Mocha, 135M from Lars Rasmussen. And rounding out the class, entry 134, PCCX Meadow, 404M from Lance Caldwell. We'll now move into our fourth split of senior yearlings. Leading off, PCCX Magnolia, 401M from Hannah Caldwell. Entry 140, Wood River Blush, 18M from Brooke Raymond. Entry 141, CML Desiree, 414M from Blake Brewer. Entry 149, Footprints Valvadier, 423M from Ridge Foot. And rounding out the class, entry 142, Miss Prairie Cove, 417M from Indy Fowler.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
We'll now have comments from our judge.
I'm a little bit of variance in type and kind in this class of senior bred females, but a really nice class right from top to bottom. Started off the class with a young lady leading up here. This effort just hits me in all my parts here. She's extremely big bodied. She moves around the ring quite nice. She's elegant in her front. She's square hipped. You get out behind her, she's got a beautiful teat placement and a good foot underneath her. That heifer comes to the top of this class for me quite handily. The heifer in second follows her really similar in terms of type and kind. She's beautiful throughout her lines. She's dead level when you get her on that side profile. Get in behind her, she's adequate in terms of width, teat placement. Love that about her. If she just had a little bit more volume through that middle 1/3, she'd compete right up here with this heifer in first, but two really nice females at the top of this class. The heifer that comes in third, once again, a heifer with a lot of power and a lot of punch to her. Really appreciate the rib shape in her and how stout she is. Heifer that maybe is getting a little bit unfresh for me in terms of body condition. I'd just like to stretch her out a little bit in all of her parts, maybe lengthen out her hip and her front end a little bit more, but a heifer with a lot of power there sitting in third place. Heifer in fourth, I talked to the young lady there, and I really like the way that this heifer is made throughout her front end and her body and her hip structure. For me, she just gets a little bit soft in terms of her pasterns as she moves around the ring today, but a really nice, elegant-looking female there. And the female that completes the class, a heifer with a lot of length of spine. You really appreciate the massive rib shape in her and how square she is out in through her hind quarter. Heifer that we maybe just like to square up a little bit when we get to the ground on her. Those hind legs tend to bow in a little bit, but really nice female to round up in an extremely competitive class. So thank you.
Thank you, Casey. Leading off this class, entry 142, Miss Prairie Cove 417M from Indy Fowler. Second in class, entry 140, Wood River Blush 18M from Brooke Raymond. Third in class, entry 141, CM Al Desiree 414M from Blake Brewer. Fourth in class, entry 139, PCC X Magnolia 401M from Hannah Caldwell. And rounding out the class, entry 149, Footprints Belvedere 423M from Ridgefoot. We will now move into our fifth and final split of senior yearlings. In this final split of yearling heifers, entry 143, CKE Cassidy 23M from Elliot Englot. Entry 144, CKE Beyonce 16M from Scarlett Englot. Entry 145, HBC Bliss 402M. Entry 146 was in an earlier class. Entry 147, SVY Covergirl 405M from Briggs Blanchette. And entry 117, Keeler Eaton with SVY Covergirl 434M. A few more of our semen and embryo online auction. In the platinum, we have Sugarloaf Charolais and Ralph Capitan. So in our silver, we have Danes O'Neill Livestock, McLeod Livestock, Galeli Charolais, Desertland Charolais, and Lakeview Charolais. Comments from our judge.
Thank you once again. A really nice split of heifers in the senior division. I lead off this class with a heifer that the young man has here. He's sure doing a heck of a job of getting this heifer showed. She always looks on point, and she hits you as soon as she comes in the ring. She's just so well balanced, so nice in through that middle, so soft in her design, so well structured when we get to the ground and how she moves around the ring. Young man's doing an excellent job of showing her, and that heifer comes to the top of this class for me quite handily. The heifer in second place, I really like this heifer, and man, is she ever powerful when you get in behind her. She's got so much width throughout that hind quarter. She's got so much shape to her, and yet she is still soft enough, and she's still extended enough, and she still travels around the ring quite well. I guess for me here, if she were to move up in this class, just like to take a little bit more femininity into her front end, maybe extend her a little bit more, narrow her up slightly in that shoulder. But that's an extremely powerful, really nice heifer sitting in second place there. Good job. The heifer in third, once again, she really patterns up with the heifers above her really nice. She's soft made enough, and she's extremely deep and extremely stout when you get in behind her. She's got that big old square pelvis, and I really like her through her hip structure. She's maybe just pushing the limits a bit for me in terms of body condition, and I'd maybe just like to change up her teat placings just slightly in order to put her up here in the top of this class. But the heifer in fourth, a heifer that is extremely long-bodied, extremely big in her rib, a heifer that you really like when she's on that side profile. She gets that head up there. A heifer that I'd just like to put the pieces together a little bit better on her. I'd like to see her have a little bit more heart girth for how long she is, maybe just a little bit more flank in her, and just complete the package a little bit. But that's a super elegant, super extended female when you see her out on the profile. And the heifer that rounds up the class, once again, a heifer with a lot of really good qualities. You love the foot shape in her. You love how she's structured from the ground up. Female that has the most scale in the class for sure, and I'd maybe just like to see her have a little bit more rib, a little bit more power for the amount of frame size that she has, but really nice competitive class here in the senior division.
Thank you. Leading off this class, entry 147, SVY Cover Girl 405M from Briggs Blanchette. Second in class, CKE Cassidy 23M from Elliott Inglot. Third in class, entry 144, CKE Beyonce 16M from Scarlett Inglot. Fourth in class, entry 117, Keeler Eaton with SVY Cover Girl 434M. And rounding off the class, HBC Bliss 402M from Charlie Bouchard. We will now be moving into our Senior Yearling Championship. From the first split, entry 123, Owen Walgenbaugh. Entry 126 from Alice Selman. From our second split, entry 131, Maddie Saunders. Entry 132 from Tate Williams. From our third split, entry 150 from Reed Foote. And entry 135 from Cooper Smythe. Our fourth split, 142 Indy Fowler, 140 Brooke Raymond. And our fifth and final split, 147 Briggs Blanchette and 143 from Elliott Inglot. Comments from our judge.
Thank you. I'd just like to get a round of applause for these young folks out here in this championship drive of the senior division. Wow, we went through some classes and found some extremely high quality individuals to come back here and be in our drive. And you know, the reserve standing here, you could, if you put that in a different class or throughout the day, you know, you might have won that division. And we had some extremely strong cattle right down through 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th place in all these divisions. And it is quite the sight to see, to have all these senior yearling females out here. I talk these cattle enough, I think, in their own respective classes, and there's 2 out here that I really like. But man, as I go through this, walk down these lines of cattle, there is a lot of quality out here. And congratulations to you young exhibitors. You came out of very tough classes and are doing an extremely good job. With that, I'll go select your champion and your reserve grand champion, senior heifer.
Thank you, Casey. From the 4th split, entry 142, Miss Prairie Cove 417M from Indy Fowler. And from the 5th split, entry 147 SVY Cover Girl 405M from Briggs Blanchette. We'll now move into our purebred field female born in 2023 with her natural 2025 calf at side. Leading us off, Bennett Blanchette with SVY Starstruck 338L with a calf at side BRL Starstruck 544N. Followed up by entry 152, JIL Mustang Sally 93L with her Fletcher Sally 9J, or Sally J 8N calf at side with Levi Fletcher. Followed by entry 153, Legacy's Lena 13L with calf at side Legacy's Princess Newt 24N from Haley Walgenbaugh, and entry 154, RJY Avita 301L from with WON RJY Avita 3N calf at side from Adriana Denchenkov.
City, why do you get me down? Indigo City, kicking me to the ground.
hardest thing that lovers do, knowing when to win and when to lose. I won't watch you drive away. I've never been one for standing in the rain. I'll go back in and lie to myself, pretend I'm better off with someone else. If this is love that we have both been fighting for, it's time we forgive and forget, settle the scores, and raise a wife hardest thing that lovers do, knowing when to win and when to lose. If I call you bluff and swallow my pride, beg for your forgiveness one more time, you'll come back around. You always do. They say love is blind, but so are you. This is love that we have both been fighting for. It's time we forgive and forget settled scores. Raise a white flag over everything we've known, and bury both our
Comments from our judge.
Thank you. An extremely nice class of 2-year-olds in front of us here. Man, there's some great cows and calves out here. It's a really deep class right from top to bottom, and to see 4 2-year-old pairs out here in a junior show is just awesome. So congratulations to the exhibitors. But we're going to lead off the class with this pair that the young ladies have up here in front of us. The heifer calf really puts this cow up here. The cow is elegant and beautiful and made right, and she's just a very nice cow with a nice udder underneath her, but she's got that big, soft, made, stout heifer calf in front of her that she's doing a wicked job on, and that brings this pair to the top of this class for me quite handily. The pair in second, once again, I love this cow. She's got enough power in her. She's got a lot of substance. She's beautifully made up through that front 1/3 and carries herself really nice. The trouble with her a little bit is maybe the calf is lacking that performance and that look that she has, a calf that's got a little bit more scale, and we just like to maybe give that calf a little bit more stoutness, and maybe in some time it will get there. But for me here today, that's where she's going to sit. The heifer, the cow in third place here, she's got a big strap and heifer calf in front of her, and that sure is impressive. For me, as I talk to the young man, I'd just like to maybe change her teat size just slightly for me here today, but that's a really nice pair again there in third, and same with the pair that rounds up the class. Once again, really nice cow, really appropriately sized, doing a great job on a calf in front of her. Maybe just doesn't quite have the udder quality as the females above her today, but man, this is just a super strong group, super strong class of 2-year-olds, so congratulations, good job.
Thank you. Leading off this class, entry 153, Legacies Lena, 13L from Haley Walgenba. Second in class, entry 151, SVY Starstruck, 338L from Bennett Blanchette. Third in class, entry 152, JIL Mustang Sally, 93L. And rounding out the class, entry 154, RJY Avita 301L from Adrian Denchenkov. We will now be moving into our grand champion female class. in? You're about an hour and a half behind, but other than that, you're doing all right? Okay. No, you're okay. So the champion heifer calf was on the cow, hey? Okay. Hey? So leading off with our heifer calves, the heifer calf champion is actually on the pair, so they will be competing with her mother as a pair. Reserve heifer calf, entry 102, Fletcher Sally, J8N from Levi Fletcher. Our junior yearling, entry 106, KR Annabelle, 483M from Riley Brewer. And a reserve, CLM Pearl, 442M from Aubrey Fraser. Our intermediate yearling champion, entry 114, SOS Prada, 126M from Logan Saunders. And the reserve was entry 118, SVY TR Miss Elsie, 431M from Briar Blanchette. Our senior yearling, entry 142, Miss Prairie Cove, 417M from Indy Fowler, with reserve to entry 147, SVY Covergirl, 405M from Briggs Blanchette. Rounding off our champion drive, we have entry 153, Legacies Lena, 13L from Haley Walgenbaugh. Reserve in that division, SVY Starstruck, 338L from Bennett Blanchette. So while Casey evaluates for his championship class, we have another of the second generation awards to hand out. So we would like to call on Aaron Williams and Sane Williams to accept this award. We will be having a short picture break right after the champions are declared, and then we will move right into our commercial female show. Comments from our judge.
Thank you. Once again, just like to get a round of applause for these juniors out here in our championship female drive. This is an extremely impressive set of females, and I know for myself, I've kind of watched the Charolais breed from a distance over, especially the past 20-25 years, and at a point where maybe they weren't having as much acceptance and as much notoriety, and man, to see the difference that this breed has made and how far they've come in commercial acceptance and with those stout, powerful terminal bulls, and then they said, well, we can play the female game too and go out and even win shows and win big banners and win trucks with these Charolais females, and it sure shows out here. I know for myself, but that really speaks volumes to the association and to the juniors and to the breeders and the direction that they're taking. And I was reminded of a quote that said, you need to train the riders, but you also need to motivate the elephant. And I think that's kind of fitting for an association and a breed to move forward, is that you can have a lot of riders on top, but that elephant and that breed still needs to move in a direction and towards commercial acceptance, and they've definitely done that. And I think as we see all these juniors doing a tremendous job, and as we see the cattle that they're bringing out and the obvious amount of time and management that they've put into them and selection, it's just extremely exciting to see where the future of this Charolais breed is going to go and where they've come. And so with that, I guess I've talked these cattle enough in class. I'm going to go out and select my champion in my reserve. Hopefully you could follow me throughout this female show a little bit. I do come from a British-based background in cattle, so I do tend to like them a little bit prettier and maybe a little bit softer and a little bit more maternal looking than some of the females that have been through here today. But that's not saying that there's a side of the industry that doesn't need those super stout, super powerful mother cows. But for me here today, I've been extremely happy with the females that I've taken out of class and back here into this championship drive, and just like to say congratulations to the exhibitors, and I'll go out and I'll find your champion and your reserve grand champion Charolais female here.
Thank you, Casey. That's right. Let's put our hands together for this lineup and for the job that Casey has done. Your champion female, entry 142, Miss Prairie Cove 417M from Indy Fowler. And your reserve female coming out of the 2-year-old class, entry 153, Legacy's Lane 13L from Haley Walgenbach. Congratulations, and we'll head back for some pictures and just take a short break. But as we are taking a break, we've been very fortunate over the last few days to have Mr. Will Meadows up from the U.S. He's been doing some educational seminars. He represents a product with fresh H2O. It's a water additive for shows, and he brought some product with him, and he said, so let's give some away. So I'd ask the barn bosses to be on the lookout for somebody that has went above and beyond what they've been doing and helping out. And so we would like to call in Paige Nesbitt, who has been doing yeoman's work today with helping and being a part of the show and helping everyone that needed it. So Paige could come up, please. Will, do you want to say a few words?
Yeah, no, this has been an absolute blast being here and helping serve in every facet possible. You know, I told Mr. Craig, I said, this bucket is kind of a big deal when I go to places. Who's going to go home with the bucket? And so I told him, I said, I need to find somebody that's a leader, that's kind of followed along the things that I've talked about a bit, about being that leader, about compassionately helping others. And I think we found the right one right here. So everybody give this young lady right here a big round of applause. And thank you all again for having me.
We'd like to thank Tia for judging our marketing yesterday. What is her name again?
Tanisha.
And what is she for? What is she for, Mom?
Tanisha, can you come to the front?
Mom, what do I say for again?
She's coming.
Mom, what do I say for?
For judging marketing last night.
Okay. So do I say it right now? Mom?
She's coming. The mic's on.
I'd like to thank Tanisha for judging our marketing last night.
Shake her hand. Is Tia taking pictures? I can't. Tia, can you come to the front, please?
They probably can't hear you next.
Oh. Tia, can you come to the front, please?
One more time. Oh, she's coming.
No, I'm not doing it one more time.
Okay, go one more.
No.
Tell me, pretty lady, now if you don't give, did you ever really think, did you ever really feel that this was something we'd both show? Was it something we could know? Tell me,
Can we please have April McLeod come to the announcer stand?
One more time.
April, I can see you. Can we please have April come to the announcer stand? Okay, so when she comes, go on the mic and say, hey, you're going to say it, Lane? So say, you for coming and judging our art. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, she's on her way. Yeah, over here. Pardon? Remember what to say?
Yeah. Thank you for coming and judging our art. You know what to say? Thank you for coming and thank you for judging our art.
You're very welcome. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Look what it is.
Thanks, Kat.
All right, looks like pictures are complete. So we'll move into our commercial female show. Our first class is heifer calf born in 2025. Entry 201, Miss Prairie Cove 576M from Jenna Sobkow. You'll finally get one right. Comments from our judge.
Like Craig said, I should get this one right today, if any of them. So really a neat little commercial Charolais heifer calf that's out here in front of us. She's super stout, really wide in her hip, but she's soft enough, big enough in through her middle, and really correct down to her feet and legs. The heifer calf that's going to, I think, grow up into something pretty special. She could definitely stand some competition out here, but really neat individual in our commercial heifer calf class here. Congratulations.
Thanks, Casey. So leading off this class, entry 201, Miss Prairie Cove 576M from Janice Sobkow. We'll now move into our commercial yearling heifer. We have two splits of yearling heifers. Starting off, entry 202, Sarah Whip. 203, Peyton Hagel. Entry 204, Paige Van Sickle. 205 is a scratch. Entry 206, Grace Woitis. I think in the past we've been fortunate to have some very unique clothing and apparel that we have had for our exhibitors, but I think this year Justine Bullock has went above and beyond, and I think we have the coolest show shirts that we've ever had.
Darling, what you don't find, did you ever really think, did you ever really try to give me all of you to know? Or did you just let go? What do you want from me? Honey, I can't even breathe. Tell me if I found what you can't see, would you come back to me? Tell me now, baby, would you come my way if I was a better man? If I could change, I would, but I find I'm at a loss for words, and even when they come, it hurts. What do you want from me? Honey, I can't
Comments from our judge.
A really neat group of females out here in front of us. There's definitely some difference in type and kind and even color and style, but really a neat group that they put together for this split. I led off this class with a gray heifer here out front. She just, like I say, she's just my type of female. She's soft enough made. She's correct in her structure. When you get to the ground, when she moves around this ring, she does it with ease and stays nice and level and beautiful. Then you get her on that side profile, and she's just so elegant, so well put together in that front end. Really attractive head on her, and just a really complete female to start off the class. Heifer that follows her is maybe definitely a little bit different in type and kind, but this heifer's equally as hard to put a hole in. You know, she's nice in her lines, she's stout enough, she's well made when we get to the ground in terms of her foot quality and her legs. She's definitely got a little bit more scale and a little bit plainer look to her, but a heifer that has a lot of really good qualities in her own right. Really like her color too, that's pretty neat. The orange heifer that comes in third here in class, really like this heifer when she's on that side profile. Obviously, she's super attractive. It's when she gets out and moves around the ring a little bit for me, she tends to want to roll up a little bit in her top, tends to want to move off of those pasterns a little bit coarser than I'd like to see for me today. And then the female that rounds out the class, the white heifer, once again, a heifer with a lot of really good qualities. You love how long she is, how stylish she is. Female that maybe just doesn't quite have that presence and that show ring appeal for us here today, but really neat class to start off our two divisions.
Thanks, Casey. Leading off that class, entry 203, PJH Flat White 52M from Peyton Hagel. Second in class, entry 204, Hollywood from Paige Van Sickle. Third in class, entry 206, Peach from Grace Whitus. And rounding out the class, entry 202, Magnificent 7M from Sarah Whip. Our second split of commercial yearlings, entry 207 from Madison Robertson, entry 208 from Scarlett Fowler, entry 209 from Josh Pittman, and entry 210 from Haley Caldwell. Comments from our judge.
Man, once again, what a powerful class that we have out here in front of us of commercial females. This is a really impressive class right from top to bottom. These are exceptional females that we have out here in front of us. And I guess I led off this class with the orange heifer up front here that the young lady has. Like I say, she just brings it all together for me. She's super soft in her rib. She's stout enough. She's really good when you get to the ground. She travels around here with ease, and she's got a super nice look to her from that side profile. The female that follows her in class here in second, really attractive female as well. Really like how nice she is in her line. She's so clean and tidy. She stands up really good on a perfect foot underneath her, and really appreciate this female. Maybe if she just had that little bit extra rib to her, a little bit extra power to compete with a female above her here today, but really good individual there in second place. Heifer in third is super intriguing. She's so neat colored, and you get behind her, she's extremely stout. She's got a big top in her. She's good enough when you look at her on a profile. She's still feminine enough up and through that front end for how stout she is. A little bit troublesome with me for when she moves around the ring here today. She maybe tends to want to just pop a little bit on her hock. If I could change her up a little bit, I'd maybe add a little bit more natural depth of heel underneath her. But a really cool individual there in third place. And the heifer that rounds up the class, the Baldy heifer, once again a heifer that's super nice in her own right. Really like how long-bodied she is and how extended she is. She's deep enough, soft enough, got adequate cover on her. Female that I'd just like to change up the structure of her foot a little bit to be any higher here today, but really neat class of commercial females there. Congratulations.
Thanks, Casey. Leading off this second split of commercial yearlings, entry 208, Miss PCC Latte 106M from Scarlett Fowler. Second in class, entry 207, Moxie's Girl 233M from Madison Robertson. Third in class, Roland FTCC Marmalade 10M from Josh Pittman. And rounding out the class, entry 210, Marge from Haley Caldwell. We'll now move into our champion yearling commercial heifer. From this first split, we have Peyton Hagel, followed by Paige Van Sickle. Second split, Scarlett Fowler, followed by Madison Robertson. Comments from Judge Bishop.
Pretty neat drive here in the commercial yearling heifers here. Pretty cool to see this class and these classes that we've seen and see how well Charolais cattle work on other breeds and having these commercial females here. And it's really a neat group that we have out here in front of us. So I commented on these cattle enough in their individual classes. I'm going to go out and select my champion and reserve Charolais commercial heifer.
Yeah. Nailed it.
There's your yearling champion, entry 208, Miss PC Latte 106M from Scarlett Fowler. And keeping them together from that second split, your reserve entry 207 Moxie Girl 233M from Madison Robertson. We'll now move into our commercial female born in 2022 with a natural 2025 calf at side. First entry, number 211, Lily with calf at side, Freddie from Mallory Henko. Comments from our judge.
Thank you. A really nice pair out here in this individual class. A pair that could definitely stand some competition. She's a really nice cow. She's really feminine made. I really like the amount of rib and shape that she has in her. Cow that's got a beautiful udder and structurally sound, and she's raising a heck of a big, nice bull calf here in front of her that's starting to show some of those masculine qualities, and he's got a lot of power in him. So really nice pair there in this individual class.
Thanks, Casey. Leading off this class, entry 211, Lily with calf at side, Freddie from Mallory Henko. We'll now move into our mature cow with calf at side, entry 212, PJH Vanilla 4K with calf at side, PJH Nanamo 4N from Peyton Hagel. We will be taking a picture break following our champion commercial female class, and then we will be moving right into our market steer class. Comments from our judge.
Thank you once again. A single entry class here, but a really nice pair that we have out here in front of us. Big, stout, powerful yellow cow there. She's got a lot of mass and a lot of rib to her, but she's still nice and attractive and young and feminine looking. And she's raising a really stout April bull calf here in front of her. He's got ample amounts of muscle. You get behind him, he's a big hipped calf. He's really good in terms of his structure, and when you get to the ground, a lot of length of body there. Cow's doing a nice job, and a really nice pair here in this individual class.
Thanks, Casey. Leading off, entry 212 PJH Vanilla 4K with PJH Nanimo 4N from Peyton Hagel. We'll now move into our champion drive for our commercial females. Leading off, entry 201, Miss Prairie Cove 576M from Jenna Sobkow. Followed by entry 208, Miss PCC Latte 106M from Scarlett Fowler. 207, Moxie Girl 233M from Madison Robertson. Following in, entry 211, Lily with calf at side Freddy from Mallory Henko. And rounding off the class, entry 212, PJH Vanilla 4K with calf at side PJH Nanimo 4N from Peyton Hagel. Comments from our judge.
Thank you. A really neat commercial show here, and it's great to have the ability to bring a commercial animal too with these junior shows and show it if you're outside of the breeder, a commercial breeder yourself, and be able to bring an influenced calf and get involved in the show ring, even if they aren't purebred cattle. So it's a really neat concept, and I really like it. And there's a group of females out here that are really neat in their own right. So I'm going to go out. I talked these cattle enough in their individual classes. I think I'm going to go out and select my champion and my reserve grand champion commercial female. Thank you.
Thanks, Casey. Let's put our hands together for this outstanding set of commercial females in the ring. There it is, your champion commercial female, entry 208, Miss PCC Latte 106M from Scarlett Fowler. And we'll keep them together. Your reserve champion commercial female, entry 207, Moxie Girl 233M from Madison Robertson. We'll take a short picture break, and we'll move into our final division of the day, our market steers.
ocean. You call it Elmore, and we lay out in the sand. And if the sun was shining, I'd cover you with lotion. Talk about the fine things and forget the second hand. Oh, Maria, dance a little closer. Close your eyes and don't say anything. Don't believe the sirens on Figueroa. Just listen to Carmelita sing Las Mañanitas, sweet Maria. If I had a plane, we'd fly to Costa Rica, land atop a mountain, and look down on the world. And I'd learn to speak Spanish. We'd call me to Rica, and everything would vanish that we didn't want in our world. Oh, Maria.
So last but not least, we'll hand out our third second generation youth award this year, and it's going to go to Casey Trask. And stepping in, this is unique because it's an uncle and a nephew. So stepping in as the stunt double, we have Jeff Trask. Thanks, guys.
Okay, so next up, we would like to thank Will Meadows for coming up here and judging some of the competitions, especially showmanship and marketing, and just taking the time to come and spend some time with us. So this is for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You as well with that? Thank you. You need this back? Okay.
We'll just put a hold on for 1 second, please. Okay, we're good. We're good to go. Leading us off in class is Charlie Bouchard. Followed by Briggs Blanchette. Third in Max Burris. Fourth, Bennett Blanchette. Fifth, Dana Bouchard. Sixth is Briar Blanchette. And rounding off the class is Hannah Schwengler. I will just go top to bottom for our weights. Entry 301, 1473. Entry 302 is 1265. Entry 303 is 1231. Entry 304 is 1400. Entry 305 is 1378. Entry 306 is 1428, and entry 307 is 1425.
Cocaine mariachi, we could do all that kind of stuff. And maybe I'd never worry that you weren't gonna love me, that I'd wake up and find you burned because I didn't have enough for you, Maria. Dance a little closer, close your eyes and don't say anything. Don't believe the sirens on Figaro. Just listen to Carmelita sing Las Mañanitas. Oh, Maria, dance a little closer. Close your eyes, don't say anything. Don't believe the sirens on Figaro. Just listen to Carmelita.
The banquet this evening that will be happening across the parking lot in the community hall, just a reminder that the doors will be opening at 6 p.m. I am not sure if there are any tickets left, but if you are looking for some, you can talk to Karen Bouchard or Diana Walgenbach, and they will know if there are any tickets left. So there is $2,500 cash up for grabs for our champion and reserve steer. The champion receives $1,500 and the reserve $1,000, and that is sponsored by the Canadian Charolais Association.
I wake up in the morning in this great blue state. Golden fingers caress my face. Slips through the window on a silky breeze. A dreamer's life to plant some seed. She's my believer, healing all my doubts. A lighted mirror, reflecting out every true potential. A bedrock belief in a elaborate plot to set this bird free. From every element of face, every color there's a text. She paints pictures blue and green, and I release them to the sea. For the ancient memories, just as fleeting as a breeze. She paints pictures blue and green, and I release.
Jeff Trask, if you could come up here for a second, please.
How we lay in the sunset, white cotton June. Her body sings, and I join the tune. All the sirens calling, the crows leave their
comments from our judge. But before I hand the mic over, I think this is the last time that Casey will be on the mic. So before he gives us reason, how about a big round of applause for the job he has done today sorting through our cattle.
Thank you very much. Well, what a fun way to end off the show with a fat steer class. This is so cool, and there's such quality out here in these steers. These 3 steers that we have out here are placed in no particular order. I'm going to go out and select my champion and my reserve out of those 3. But really neat steers here, and from what I gather, I think I've heard in the last few days, we are seeing in the States a grid premium now for Charolais influenced cattle, right, that are being slaughtered in Nebraska. So what a great way to showcase that. And man, that is such a huge step for the breed, to any time that you can get a premium for your product that is influenced by your cattle. I mean, that just pushes the industry so much more, and especially that breed. So congratulations, and I think that's a huge step, and it's a really a neat deal. I guess I'll go through and I'll just comment on these steers really quickly. The gray calf up here in the front, what a neat little dude. He's packed full of red meat and muscle. He's carrying adequate enough finish as well. He's super stout, really nice bone underneath him, really good foot, and the young man does an extremely good job of showing them. The red steer here that we have placed in second right now, he sure is a meat wagon. You get behind him, he's as thick as a house, and then he profiles out there for you. Young man's done a beautiful job of keeping a hair coat on him and getting him really dialed in. That's a pretty neat individual right there with adequate finish as well. And then the blaze face steer here standing in third right now, steer that's got a good amount of finish on him. He handles super well. It's hard to put a hole in this steer. He is so complete right from nose to tail. He's balanced well in his bone to his body. He attaches those ribs up high into his spine. He's big top, really stout out through that hind 1/3. Really nice individual there too. As we get into the steer standing down here, there's a really good group of steers standing on the bottom half of this class, and this gray individual here, he could pretty easily come up here if somebody else was judging this baby here today. Really good steer here, lots of length of spine, lots of depth of rib, lots of meat and muscle out in behind him. For me, when I handle him, he's maybe just not quite at the finish level of the steers above him here in class, but a really nice one. And moving into the painted up calf, I said to this young man, that sure is a cool colored calf, and he really is, and he's done an excellent job of preparing this calf with a limited amount of hair. Steer that handles quite well. He's maybe just got a little bit more frame for me here today and not quite as stout as the individuals above him, but a really nice steer there in fifth. The 2 steers that complete our class, gray steer, he's got a lot of presence, and the young lady doing an exceptional job of showing him. Steer that's maybe just a little bit underfinished compared to the pen mates above him here today, or the classmates above him here today, but a really good individual. And same when we round out the class with a white steer on the bottom, a steer that you really like, how long he is, how complete he is. You get over top of him, he's stout enough and carries that stoutness right from his chine back into his hip. Really nice steer, maybe just not quite there in terms of finish compared to the classmates above him. So it's been a real honor for me to be out here today. I was really excited when I got asked to come and judge the CCYA show. It's been a pleasure for myself, and these young exhibitors have done an exceptional job and an exceptional set of cattle, and congratulations to everybody and everybody back in the barn. And with that, I'll go out and I'll select your champion and your reserve grand champion steer.
Thanks, Casey. It's your champion steer, entry 304, whatchamacallit, from Bennett Blanchette. And your reserve, entry 306, Sterling, from Briar Blanchette. Congratulations, and that concludes our confirmation show for today. But before we run off, Casey, we do have a presentation, little something for you. So thank everybody for being here, and a reminder that the doors open at 6 tonight for the banquet.